winner of the $100,000 Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's Broken Valve back to Bonanza down to the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hole to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, hammers bullet, big blue caboose, hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. They're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of the Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Fuel with six. One more try. Flashy Fuel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 60 Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go around it. Mr. Unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 3 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at last week's racing action. Who was the hot jockey? Well, that was Antonio Whitehall. He was able to get 5 wins over the 2 days. Behind him, tied for second, both with 2 wins, jockey Jorge Carreno and Demario Bino. Several others with 1. And on the trainer side, Lise Pruitt off to a really hot start. She's at 50% now, winning 3 of her 6 starters. Right behind, you have Shelley Brown, Jared Brown, and Wendy Anderson, all with 2 wins. So it's been a good showing over the first 2 weeks stretch. What have you seen?
Yeah, I'd just like to start Memorial Day in the States. So some of you may have been playing the races all afternoon, and this is your second shift. I've done that a few times, Kirt.
Yeah, maybe once or twice myself,
maybe once
too.
or twice. If not, it's your
Ending
first.
off with Australia at about 1 a.m. local time.
Exactly. So, or some just starting the night, so appreciate you tuning in. You had lots to choose from, so really appreciate that. And let's just do a quick recap. You gave the trainers and the jockeys. Let's do about the win prices and that kind of stuff. The average win price for the 2 days was only $7.60. I thought the public was on the ball on that, clearly betting it down. And the highest price was $15.10.
Wait a sec. Yeah.
Look at you with the.
That was the name of the horse. Wait a
Yes,
second.
yes, it
and
was.
yes, Stretch, I did pick that one.
Yes, Kurt.
Over your Kate's Princess, but it did run second.
It did run second, yes. Moving on. No, good. It was a good pick. Very good pick. Full credit. I thought very fair track, similar conditions. Hoping tonight there's a potential storm possibly moving in, so we'll try to keep you update. Right now we're going with a fast track and kind of humid out there. Good size fields for the sequence for pick 4, pick 5. The chance if a couple of favorites get beat could easily pay over $1,000. And a reminder that the minimum or the minimum payout or the guarantee is $50,000 for the pick 4. Very impressive. Thanks everybody for supporting. I think there's an outside chance of $100,000 in the pool today. So we'll see if I can't scoop it without you sharing with it.
And a couple other reminders. Of course, we only run Monday and Tuesday this week. Starting next week, we're back to our regular Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And that floating high 5 stretch in race 5 and race 7. If nobody gets it in race 5, that pool will carry over to race number 7. And until it's won, if it's not won in race 7, it'll carry on to the next race day. So we'll keep you up to date on that. Let's kick it off looking at race number 1. We have an allowance race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies that are 3-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch, a lot of first-time starters.
It is a lot of first time. This is more of your strength. So I'm going to just go with what I see on paper right now, and then you can give all the stats. And like I said, this is one of my strengths with all these firsters. So I will go with the 2. The filly, yes, hasn't run against big fields, but the horse who it ran against, a couple of them were quite good, 2-year-olds last time. I like, has at least some racing experience and basically some nice, decent works coming in. It's a bit of a guessing game. Like I said, I'm just kind of searching. I don't know if any of them horses in here are going to be similar to the horse it ran against last year. The firster that I like best, which is yours, is the 4. I really like the 5 furlongs works that are steady. Sure, they're not fast, but steady is enough for this kind of level and just kind of keep going. And so the race is 5 furlongs. The workouts were 5, like that. And then I'll throw in the 1 for third, simply because the horse was already ready, ran an even race, did so a little bit of improvement, and if the other ones aren't quite ready, might pick up the pieces. So very lukewarm picks, 2-4-1.
Yeah, let's go to the breeding. We'll start with number 3, No Midnight. The sire, Nonios, is a newer sire here in Manitoba. Was a $450K winner. Won from 6 furlongs to a mile and 16th. The mom, Betta Bell, was winless in 8 starts. 4 half siblings. None of them were able to break their maiden. Maybe this one is a little bit more special. The 4, Brownell Bay. The dad, Seattle Serenade, was a $143,000 winner. Speedball, going from 6 furlongs to a mile and a 16th. The mom, 1-3. She was also a speedball. So you have speed on both sides. There's 3 half siblings. One of them here at the Downs, Mosey's on Maine, which was still a maiden, and another one over at Woodbine, a 3-time winner, a sprinter who's made over $250,000. Number 5, Just a Pose, Kentucky Bear, another newer sire on the scene here in Manitoba. This was a winner, and all of them were route races, made over $100,000. The mom, Knows the Pose, won 8 out of 20 races, $83,000 in earnings, and she did win her first 4 starts as a 3-year-old. Has some siblings, no surprise, and I suppose, no surprise, a 2-time winner, I suppose, was a maiden. And then we go on to number 6, Cussin' Cat, Vengeful Wildcat. Well, this was the sire of the year the last couple of years. Won 3 of 6, $232,000, and was mainly speed. The mom, I Swear, had 6 wins, $75K in earnings, won from 5.5 to a mile. This one does have a full sister in Swear Vengeance, and who had 6 starts, or 6 wins out of 19 starts, $50K in earnings, and did win first time out. So after saying all of that on the breeding, I also went to number 4, Brownell Bay. You have it in your top 2. This is my top selection. I like the same thing. The 2 5 furlongs workouts. The mom has speed. The dad has speed. If it's anything like its sibling, Lenny Kay, who's the $250K winner, I think this one could be a little bit special. I like the 6 Cussing Cat. Well, Elton Dickey does very well with his Manitoba bred maidens first time out. He's won with several of them. So I'm thinking that this one has a little bit of run. A nice gate work on May the 13th, 49-1. So that looks a little special in there. And I like number 2, Double Barrel Delight. Was on the fringes of a good effort. Yeah, couldn't beat I Love My Life, who won 2 in a row and 2 out of 3. And the other one, Lady Cop, you weren't going to beat her. The best race was the first one out. So I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. 1-5 furlong stretch. What do you got?
Okay, I'm going to start with the 2-horse here. It, basically, Tom spots his horses in really good spots, hence why it's such a nice high percentage. Won't put him a little too high. I think he's actually, if anything, maybe a little low on this spot, but we're going to find out. I just think that it's going to get that stalking trip and kind of take over late because I think there is enough speed to kind of set it up. So that was my top selection. Then I went to the 5. Horse is coming from Fauner Park. Yes, it has the kind of the winter racing, so it's going to be a little bit ahead. Will be the favorite. Jerry's still looking for his first win. We know that it's coming because...
So no doubt about that.
Exactly. So it's just a matter of when. Could be in here. But I just think that might have to put away the 6 and then hold off my top selection with my 2. And then the third one is I will go to the 6. Is a bit of a sleeper. Has some good early speeds. I do like the works. I do like that when a horse comes from another track and has multiple works on the local track, kind of gets used to it. If the horse could clear, maybe it just could keep going and hang on. I've got it 2, 5, and 6.
Yeah, Stretch. I ended up going number 5, Gucci Bling. It's the only one to have started so far in 2023. The horse has already had 6 starts, 3 wins, or a win, a second, and a third out of those 6 starts, and started off at Sam Houston. Not an easy place to try and get the win. Was running for maiden 10, restricted races, but always showing speed in all of them. Then went over to Fauner Park, ran a game second coming off the pace, going 4 furlongs. Then wired him going 4 furlongs. So I think this horse just might hit the front end and be long gone to get Jerry's first winner. I also like number 4, My Boy Christian, one of 3 horses coming by way of Ontario, Woodbine and Fort Erie, the 2, 4, and 6. But this one, it looks like just a route horse on form. But I'm with Stretch. There is some speed in here. The 5 has speed, the 6, and the 1. Even Drop a Caribou, the 2 has a little bit of speed. My Boy Christian doesn't really have a lot of speed, but the horse ran some really good races, even the 7 furlong race. And what I really like, that last workout, half mile, 48-2. I think Devin Gittins has his horse ready to go. He already had a horse from Woodbine that won someone else. So I think this is another one that'll be a bit of a price. And I do like number 2, Drop a Caribou. Gets in here under the waiver because it ran for $5,000 at Woodbine in its last start. So it's perfectly positioned, as Stretch said. I'm going to give you 5, 4, and 2. On to race number 3, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-4-lifers. They're going 5 furlongs once again. And this will kick off jackpot pick 5 wagering Stretch. Who do you like in this wild one?
I agree with you. Good competitive race to kick it off. Good sequence, too. And there's already 23,000 of kind of dead money in there. I went with your pick as well. Kirt, 3, his horse been racing at Turf Paradise. Gets the cutback. The key for my selection is the horse 2 back going 6 furlongs. I think puts that race, runs that race, puts the horse right there. And then I also like the light work out over the track about a week ago. So I just like the horses just sitting for a top effort. And then I went to the 5. This is a tricky one. I urge everybody to watch the replay here. The horse was obviously outclassed last time, from very nice horses in there. Was close early, then dropped back and looked like it wasn't going to do much. And then you've got to watch after the wire. This horse absolutely had a really good gallop out and actually got right up to the winner of that race by the turn. And I just liked that race. Maybe the horse just needed one or couldn't find a spot, found the spot. And I'm going to consider that. Morning line 2-1. I think I need a little bit more than that, but I'll be in my sequence. And the last one, another horse coming from Turf Paradise, and that's the 1 will be on the rail. Couple works at ASD, much better class last year, maybe a little outclassed where it was spotted last time. Now it's in the right spot. So I'll put you 3, 5, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Canterbury Gold. That race 2 outs ago, that stood out to me. Not so much just the big effort battling on the lead and staying there, but the second and third place finishers both came back to win out of that race. So that ended up being a key race. Then they went a mile, and I guess the speed was just way too tough as Ain't She Darlin' went off as the huge favorite, was off slow, and they did go 46 to the half mile. So if you break slow, you're rushing into there, and then you lose all hope. So Canterbury Gold, also that workout thrown in. That's why I'm making it my top selection. But I think this is wide open. Number 2, Lipstick Lady, my second choice. Had a good year last year. Never got to the win column, but had a couple seconds in a third. Did run in the stakes races. Lost to Kim Stex's Bling, who is in here as the 5 horse. And then Burrow Down, who absolutely demolished the 3-year-old fillies last year. Rick Wise can definitely get a horse ready to go at first asking, as it shows by that recent workout, a half mile, 48 and 4. So I'm going to give her the nod as second best. And I am going to take number 5, Kim Stex's Bling. Massive drop in class. Fit. There is only 2 other race fit horses in here, that being the 1 and 3. But Kim Stex's Bling, this is the easiest spot she'll see. And I think that's a big drop that was needed. So I'm going to give you 3, 2, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. A maiden race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds for $7,500. They're going to go 5 furlong stretch. What do you like in this one?
Well,
wide open again.
It is wide open, and it's a little different because in the last race we kind of knew what you had. The horses had run some races. This one kind of not as many starts, so for me it's not an easy race to kick it off. But hey, that's what helps make the pick 4 pay. I will go to the 6 as my top selection. Last time, if you watch the replay, a few of them were in here, and this horse had the second most speed in there, and that's the key. This horse had to chase the horse on the front end, and I really like taking those type of horses where the others just sit back. It could happen this time that this horse gets loose and just keeps going. As the steady work's coming in, so I've got to just consider that the horse can keep going farther. I'll go to the 7 as my second selection. What I didn't mention about the 6 is it started higher. I like to see where horses started in the maiden special weight, and that's where the 6 and 7 started, and then went from there. Now they realize that they don't belong at that level, drop back down. Probably not betting the 7 to win, but it'd be more place bet, similar to Kirt's got him in second. This is one of those types that just might get there a little bit late. And then I'll talk about the 1 and the 5 as similar in here. And that's your top selection, and maybe it'll be the same. 4-year-olds. We got some 3 and 4-year-olds in here, and that's what the 1 and the 5 are. And so be careful, especially at this time. The 4-year-olds do have a pretty good advantage. So I'll give you 6, 7, 1, and 5.
Yeah, I ended up taking number 5, Sassy Stormin'. First time out, this horse tested a very tough horse and favorite, White Horse Spirit. That horse was coming by way of Canterbury. Ended up running a good second. Went in the R.C. Anderson against VNA and Mia Bear. That was just too tough for the second start, going a mile. Came back against the older horses in the maiden allowance, and then ended up dropping at the end and ran a decent third, beaten 5 lengths. What I like is this horse brings some speed into the race. I think this is going to be won by a horse that is on or right near the front end. So Sassy Stormin', nice work coming in 2 outs ago, 49 and 3. I'm going to give her the top selection. I'm with Stretch on number 7, Big Energy. Always run big each and every time. Anakozana, the 6, and the 7, Big Energy. These two take turns beating each other. Devin's been on fire early on, as has Shelley Brown. But I'm going to give him the nod. I think this horse is just a little bit better. And I'm taking number 6, Anakozana, in third. Ran good races, dropped down to that bottom level. Only got beat by 4 3/4 in the end. But Diane's Wish ran a huge race her previous start and then went to the front and went wire to wire in there. That was a good race by Anakozana. And a little bit on the breeding of number 1, Milan, Ohio. The sire, Edison, was a 4-time winner, all route races, just under $200,000. The mum, Avenging Cat, had 9 wins, $176,000 in earnings. First lifetime race, 3.5 furlongs. Easy winner by 4, but also one going a mile and a 16th. This one does have a full brother, and that is Bumble Elgato, who did have a lot of early speed and seemed to get better as he got older. That's Milan, Ohio. My picks, 5, 7, and 6. Now on to race number 5, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5 furlong stretch. What a great race this should be.
Solid optional claimer in here. You went to the one. There's 2 horses that have raced. You went to one, I went to the other. I'm going with the horse with the good speed coming in from Turf Paradise. I just like that it's got the speed. Jared Brown does well with these horses, especially early in the meet. And I just think it's catch them if you can. And so it's one of my better plays in here, just because, yes, there is some other speed with Del Vecchio and a couple others, but I just think this horse has enough speed, and, of course, Carino's on him. He can stalk and kind of take over if he has to. Then I'll go to the 2 as my second selection. I have to, just because this horse was 7 of 8 in the money at ASD. Yes, maybe it's a little short for him, but that last race, maybe they figured something out, but one of the best races last year outside of some of the stake races, and it's just so good. I'm just thinking he can pick up the pieces, because I think the 4 can just get away. Would need the 4 to back up to get there. And then we'll go to the last one, is another horse that can be right there, and that's the 7. Another kind of maybe a prep, but kind of ends up in the money. 15-1 morning line. This horse should not be 15-1. He's just such a competitive horse that can be in the mix. So 4, and then a few of the other ones. So 4, 2, 7.
Yeah, I see a little bit of speed happening. Definitely Stay Happy is predominant speed, but Del Vecchio also has blazing early speed. So I look for someone to be a little bit closer. That's why I went to number 6, Boss Factor. This horse has run some dynamite races in the past in a stalking role. In Hawthorne in October and mid-November, had a 2nd and a 3rd, only sitting 4 lengths off it and rallying, not getting the win, but being close. And then most recently, the horse ran a good 2nd in a starter 5,000 at Turfway on February the 3rd, only to lose by a narrow neck after being sitting 3rd, a length and a half off of it. That's what I think the horse is going to do today. And look at that flashy workout coming in, 35-1. That is absolutely sizzling. There's so far been 4 horses with that really blazing work, and 3 of them have won. So maybe this will be the other one. That's why I went to Boss Factor. I do like number 4, Stay Happy. He's been doing very well down in Turf Paradise. Should fit well here. Jared Brown, Jorge Carreno, they've already teamed up for wins. And this one looks like it could be one of those special horses. And the other one, number 3, Del Vecchio. Here's a horse that surprised me last year. That first start of the year was absolutely amazing. Battled every step of the way. Ended up getting DQ'd for a little trouble that did happen in the turn. But Del Vecchio almost made it all the way to the wire, was passed about 4 jumps before the wire. This horse might be able to just stay there a little bit longer and should be pretty big odds. So I'm going to give you 6, 4, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up that are non-3 lifers, again, going the 5 furlong distance stretch. What do you got?
Yeah, I got the same horse as you do, Kurt. I think we see it the same way. We've by now you should know about the Golden Gate horses. If you don't, take a look, look at the Golden Gate horses. Comes in sharp, works.
2 for 2 so far out of the Wendy Anderson barn.
Correct.
Last year, 5 for 5. I keep saying it, but it keeps happening.
It keeps happening, for sure. And I like how good those 2 works are. It doesn't always have that sharp works. Similar there. It's just you're not going to get much of a price, but this horse has just fit absolutely right in the right spot. We've seen these type actually win the non-3 and then move up a little and win that
for 10 usually.
And so we'll see what's going on there. That's hands down the key, but don't expect a price. The other one that has raced within the month is the 8, and I think anybody that tries to chase the 5, this horse picks up the pieces and gets there. It's probably my price bet of the day. Just price bet, Kurt.
Okay.
Yeah. So if the 5 can't get the distance, or there's a reason maybe why it's in a lower condition, this could be the upset. I don't see any other ones really upsetting from there. And then I'll go to the 6. figures are there. The horse has been off over a year. It's probably more of just kind of a prep, but certainly can pick up the pieces. For me, it's 5, and then the 8, and then all the rest. So I went with the 6.
Well, the 6 does have a really nice work
Yes,
coming
it does,
in.
yes.
48 and 3.
Correct.
Not really a thing that Devin Gittins does. Work his horses really fast. That's a little standout. Well, I like the same talk to as you, Stretch, but I'm throwing in number 2, Impressive Sense. Here's a horse also coming in with a nice 5/8 of a mile work, 101 and 1. And this horse comes to play every single time. A 4-time winner in a non-3 event because the Manitoba bred races do not count. And out of 18 lifetime starts, has been in the money 14 times. So it's all, or 10 out of 18. It's always right there with that workout, coming off a win at the end of the year when the horse did drop down out of those allowance races. I think it'll fit really well with these $5,000 claimers. So I'm going to give you 5, 8, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7. $5,000 claimer once again for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners at 2 lifetime, going the 5 furlong distance stretch. I thought this was so wide open, yet we came up with the same in the end.
I agree. When I just looked before we went on, I saw it. I was a little surprised, or maybe you just saw my picks, which is probably what happened.
Yeah, I know.
So I'll go first, and then you'll just
Okay.
I agree with Stretch. But here we go. Invader coming from Century Mile and Hastings shows a lot of speed, and I just think that this horse might the filly, right? I think she's a filly.
Yep.
She's a filly. Might just be better than the rest of the locals that ran here all season. And so can stalk and then take over, and that's kind of where I went with her. And then the rest was kind of a bit of a guess. I decided I went to the 7 as my second selection, and made some money on her last year. 5 of 7 in the money, was racing against Tougher, and then she kind of found the right spot and made some nice closes late to some other horses that ended up winning going away, but this horse finished a bunch of lengths in front of the other contenders. So if there is a duel, you potentially can get the 4 in there dueling with the 9. Maybe sets it up for this horse at a bit of a price. Like I said, it is a tricky race. You better find a price. You may not want to sit on some of the favorites. I will mention the favorite just because she's always right in there. But the reason I am mentioning it is because we've seen these type of horses in the first 2 days that have been winter racing or only stayed in Winnipeg and then have worked, and they've kind of come up a little bit short. Now, we are a week later, so maybe that'll help to get that extra week of training. But I'm going to kind of be playing against these type until they start winning. So 9-7-4 to close it out.
Yeah, I'm with Stretch. I like those Hastings races. What I also like is Carl Anderson. He's had his horses ready to go at first asking, and he didn't have any with winter racing under the belt. A lot of them he bought late in the year last year. So this one, I like a steady stream of works, has a good running style. Yes, I expect a 4 Misgiving to go to the front, but I think Living Sky will stalk in here, and pretty well I think they're going to run around the track together. Misgiving is the one that I'm question marked on, but I really like Living Sky if this horse can get a price. So I'm giving you 9 and 4. Then I'm going to throw in number 6, White Rose Spirit. Here's another one with a little bit of speed coming out of the Shelley Brown barn. Early on in the year last year was running at maiden allowance level and being competitive there. Then went over to Century Mile, got the win going around 2 turns as Loose Speed, but Loose Speed does do very well at Century Mile. White Rose Spirit, good workout coming in, 49 flat. So if the horse could get a little bit of good positioning, I think he'll have staying power, and it'll be a big price to throw in. So I'm going to give you a 9, 4, and 6. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, there's just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, number 6, Mia's Majesty. The ownership should read Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales. Also, number 4, My Boy Christian, should race for a claiming price of $5,000. That's race number 2, number 4, My Boy Christian, make the claiming price $5,000. And number 6, Mia's Majesty, the ownership, Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the Eugene Burtnick 90th birthday purse, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. And there's just a few overweights. The jackpot pick 5 carryover just over $23,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Again, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 1, Go Start. The ownership should read Back on Track Stables. That's in race 5, number 1, Go Start. The ownership, Back on Track Stables. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Again, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7. In race 7, number 8, HD's Hope. The ownership should read Robbie Sharp, Joe Yankena, and Will Loftus. Number 10, Diane's Wish. The ownership should read A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds. Well, it's a nice evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Little scattered rain on you, Stretch, it kind of looks like.
You can barely see me. It's about a little more about the Kirt show.
Well, you know, I did pick more winners than you in race 1, but that's besides the point. Under scattered rain, the temperature 24 degrees Celsius or 75 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing, and we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 20 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Monday card racing with an allowance race for 3-year-old filly, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch, a compact field of 6, but an interesting one.
Yeah, let's change it up a bit. Let's start with the one in this race. This is one of the only one that's raced today, or this meet raced last week. And there she is. Their fillies in here. I watched this horse. It just kind of ran evenly. She just was evenly, but I thought she improved a little bit from last year's one race. It didn't show much.
Where she was 20 lengths behind. She's
Correct.
only 10 lengths behind.
Correct, and closed a little bit. So I think just because she's had that one start, I think she's going to improve a little bit and be right in the mix, at least, for some of the horses. I'm thinking some of the others might not be ready. Not sure which ones, but we're going to find out. My top selection is the 2, and I went to her as my top selection, even though she hasn't raced. But we've seen what you've got. The competition that she raced against, especially the first one against Lady Cop, who was a really good 2-year-old. Can't wait to see how she goes. Did she run on? She hasn't run. Not yet. Thank you. Okay. And then the works are coming in. So I just think if the other ones aren't quite ready, she's there. I don't like 9-5. It's not a prime win bet. I think this is not an easy race. And then we've got 4 firsters, and this is kind of Kirt's strength. So take it away, Kirt.
Well, a little bit cold on the board is number 3, No Midnight. The dad, a good sire here in Manitoba, a newer sire, has thrown some good ones. The mom, Betta Bell, was winless in 8, 4 half siblings. None of them have broke their maiden. The workouts aren't that flashy, but definitely does look good in the paddock today. But No Midnight, with the board being cold right now, I think we'll have to tab for maybe watching one. On to number 4, Brownell Bay. Here's one sent out by Blair Miller, Seattle Serenade. This was a speedy one, winning from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and a 16th, $143,000 in earnings. The mom, Circular Logic, won 3 and also possessed really good early speed. Has 3 half siblings. One of them had run here, Mosey's on Main, who is still a maiden, but has another one in Ontario, who is a 3-time winner, a sprinter, and has made over $250,000. Also looking really good for the debut. And this one is my top selection. Off the couple nice workouts coming in. Stretchy pointed those out too, a couple 5 furlongs in a row. And as they are only going 5 furlongs today, I really like that. Number 5 is Just a Pose, Kentucky Bear. Another newer sire here in Manitoba, but has been throwing some good runners. Kentucky Bear, his one win was all route races, made about $100,000 in earnings. The mom knows the pose, won 8 out of her 20 starts, $83,000 in earnings. And she ran a flat race as a 2-year-old, but came back as a 3-year-old, won 4 straight to start off that 3-year-old campaign, including an open stake race. Does have 2 siblings. No Surprise, who is a 2-time winner. And you can see No Surprise is in race number 7 as a 3-horse. And I Suppose, who was a 4-start maiden. And the 6-horse Cussing Cat. Here's another one that I do like in here. Vengeful Wildcat, top sire here in Manitoba. Last few years, over the last 5, Vengeful Wildcats have really come onto the scene, and they've really impressed everybody. Was a winner of 3 of 6 races, $232,000 in earnings. The mom, I Swear, had 6 wins from 5.5 to 1 mile. Made over $75,000 in earnings and also possessed speed. This one does have a full brother, and that's Swear Vengeance. 6 wins out of 19 starts, made $50,000, and was a winner at first asking. So I've seen these horses from Elton Dickey, and he's done very well with his first-time starters. He just seems to have a little knack with them, and that's why I'm taking this horse as my second choice behind the 4 Brownell Bay. And I do like Double Barrel Delight because it ran against all our Manitoba bred stakes winners as a 2-year-old. So I'm going to give you those 3, 4, 6, and 2.
Excellent information. I hope everybody wrote that down. Very impressive.
Thankfully, I did.
Yes, well, you did. And hoping others did too, to understand which ones are winning early, and it does make a difference. Now, it doesn't always work. You mentioned one of them that was really good, and then the other not so good.
Yeah, so you never know which one it's going to be. It's the guessing game on these first-time starters.
It is a bit of a guessing game. They all look pretty good in the paddock, so they'll look ready to go. So, all right.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. As usual, Stretch, start us off.
Okay, it's simple. I told you this is not one of my stronger races or types of play, so it's simply 20 place 2.
And myself, I'm going after the early pick 3. I'm taking the 2 firsters in here, 4 and 6. Then I'm taking 2, 4, 5, rounding it out with 2, 3, and 5. That's a $1 ticket, $18. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is I Am Mila, owned by Back on Track Stables and Larry Falloon, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Double Barrel Delight, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is No No Midnight, owned and trained by Donna Johnston with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Brownell Bay, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Just a Pose, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Sven Balrud. Running out the field is number 6, Cussin' Cat, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Post time for race number 1 in 4 minutes. And be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, a trip up to the press box to watch me call a race, and a visit down to the paddock for a chance. And you're also going to get a chance to watch a race from the winner's circle and get a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet, and be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front of the program or posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. And ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that due to technical difficulties, our tote board will not be working at this time and will not be available throughout the evening. Please refer to the television monitors for current and accurate odds information.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls kick off the 2 days this week, going 5 furlongs for maidens. Fillies in there, fillies that have not won a race in their lifetime. There's a chance we might see a superstar in here. I'm going to start with the 2-horse as the filly that ran last year against a couple good ones. Maybe she's improved, and that might be enough. There's some workouts coming in. Go from there. The other one that shows some speed in breeding, that's the 4. And the bit of a price horse that has raced once this year is the 1. I'll give you 2-4-1 in a wide open race. Looking forward to who could be a superstar. Kirt?
Thanks, Stretch. I'm taking a shot here. I'm going to one of the first-time starters. That's number 4, Brownell Bay. I really like those 2 5-furlong works. I think this horse will be ready to go at first asking. Blair Miller can send a horse to the winner's circle. So that's one of my top plays. The other one I like is the other firster, number 6, Cussin' Cat. Elton Dickey, another one. Does very well with his young horses. This is a 3-year-old and has a good family. So I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 2. Good luck here in race 1. I Am Mila leads the 3-year-old fillies into the starting gate. Double Barrel Delight, the current 1-2 choice, moves in. Next up, No Midnight. Brownell Bay walks right in. 2 left to load. Just a Pose. And just waiting on Cussin' Cat to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Double Barrel Delight shows good early speed, matched on the outside by Cussin' Cat. Moving up smartly in third, that's Brownell Bay with Just a Pose. 4 lengths off of it. Another 3 lengths to I Am Mila, and well back to No Midnight, about a dozen off the lead. Straight to the lead, Cussin' Cat now takes over by 2. Double Barrel Delight back to second. Brownell Bay all by himself in third. Battling it out behind them, Just a Pose, I Am Mila, No Midnight. They hit the head of the lane, and this is Cussin' Cat. All by herself, she is up by 5. Cussin' Cat absolutely in cruise control. Second best today, Double Barrel Delight. Third's going to go to Just a Pose, and fourth to I Am Mila. The stewards have posted number 6, Cussin' Cat, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 2, Double Barrel Delight. Third to number 5, Just a Pose. And fourth to number 1, I Am Mila. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46-4. Final time, 59-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 1, that's number 6, Cussin' Cat. Cussin' Cat is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare I Swear, by More Than Ready. Owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-1. Number 6, Cussin' Cat, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes. Also, number 6, Cussin' Cat, was a CTHS sales grad, and upon this maiden-breaking effort, will get a blanket presentation from the CTHS. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Number 4, My Boy Christian. The claiming price should be $5,000. Number 6, Mia's Majesty. The ownership should read Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales. Kicking off at pick 3 here in race number 2. Well, Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person here at Guest Services or at the VLT cashier cage on the second floor. The weekly draw does take place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and the Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for your support of the Chase the Ace ticket program. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1, stretch Cuss and Cat. Wow. This one was ready to go and made quick work of the field.
Yeah, a good selection. You weren't sure between the 4 and the 6, and 4 was up there early, but the 6 looked solid. And as mentioned, they could see an up-and-coming star in the making, and it certainly looked that. 2 kind of ran the race I kind of expected. If somebody didn't step up, could be there, but fair enough.
And even the 4 was right there, and then something happened down the lane. But all right, on to race number 2, stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, I'm going to start with the Invader from Woodbine. And
which one? There's 3.
There is 3.
Well, 2 came from Fort Erie last start.
Well, there you go. See,
okay,
I'm
Ontario.
specific.
Okay.
Specific one, the Woodbine 2 horse. All right, here we go. 2 horse. We got Tom's got the horse in the right spot. I've got some nice figures. We've seen the Woodbine horses have been competitive this year, so the trend continues after a cold streak a few years back. But so you don't want to. You have a myth. So many handicappers remember from 5 years ago they won a race with an angle. You have to adjust, and that's what I've learned my lesson last year. This horse has some speed, but I don't think doesn't have to be on the lead. I think the 5 is probably going to be on the lead. This horse can sit just off and kind of take over. Tom is, as mentioned on ASD Live, nice high percentage, and I just think he's 5-2 is the right price for me.
Yeah, the horse I ended up going to was number 5, Gucci Bling. Had a nice win last time out, 4 furlongs, wire to wire, drew off to win by 4. I like that this is the only horse that does have the winter racing under the belt, already 6 starts, and started out in tough at Sam Houston, restricted 25,000, battling on the lead, almost won for open 10, but was battling almost every start. Even 2 outs ago at Fawner, this horse had a rallying effort, was back by 6, only lost by 2, never really got out of the gate that well, was 8th out of the 9 horses. But I think this has a big shot, and you're getting a decent price right now at 9-2.
Yeah, more than fair price. I'm a little surprised it's that high. I agree with you. Definitely not leaving that horse out. One thing to note now, the horse did run against Older last time, so that's a good sign. It is one of the 3-year-olds. In fact, the only 3-year-old in here. I'll go to the 6 as my other selection in here. And horse, this one's coming from Fort Erie, raced last year. I like the works coming in. Probably maybe a little bit better works than the 2, but depending on the trainer's angle of how fast they work, and Tom doesn't on the 2. I liked it went long, then short, showed some speed. This horse I think will be sitting right close to the 5, but if they decide they want to send, I think this horse could be sent too.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, just in case all the speed goes out. The 1 has speed, 2, 5, and 6. The number 4, My Boy Christian. This horse ran some good races last year at Woodbine, had a good second for 75 non-2 after breaking its maiden at the $10,000 level. Has been running mostly at route distances, but has shown that it can run on the dirt as it ran back-to-back seconds at Fort Erie late in 2021. But I really like that workout of 48-2 coming into the race. That was a standout work after just some average ones before. I think with the speed that's in here, this one might be the rallier to catch them all at the end.
For sure, if it backs up. Speaking of a horse, maybe for the distance, is the one horse has been in a lot of 4 furlong races and shorter races, and so yes, it's been off coming from Lethbridge and Grand Prairie. Didn't show much at the
which people don't know that's kind of the B circuit in Alberta.
Yes, thank you for adding that information. Important to know because you might see certain tracks that you haven't heard of, and that is the case. Shows some speed, yes, maybe a step down, but has only the 5 is raced, so something to consider because it's kind of 2 for 5 in the money at the distance.
Another horse to look at, number 3, Carolina Gent, sent out by Wendy Anderson with the hot jock Antonio Whitehall. Carolina Gent was running at Hastings last year and knocking on the door. Finally got the win at the end of the meet, winning by a nose, and then went over to Century Mile. Didn't fare so well there in the non-2 condition, But Wendy Anderson, she already cracked with 2 in the winners column. But her horses have been a little bit more ready than the past years, I've noticed. She has 4 third-place finishes in those 10 starts after winning 2 of them. Carolina Gent, if this horse is ready to go, it does fit well in this field. I think 18-1 is a huge bargain.
Yeah, that's an overlay, and that's what you're kind of looking for. If the 2 goes all the way down to 7-5, I don't like the win price, but 18-1 in some a wide open field for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch. What do you got?
All right, I started conservative in the last one and got the place, just build some money. Still, again, not going too big yet. $5 exacta wheel, 2 and 6 with 2, 5, and 6. Could just spend $1 wheel, and that would be $4.
And myself, I'm going for the exactor box. I'm going to try and get the 2 beat as the big favorite. I'm going a $10 exactor box, 4 and 5. That'll cost you $20. A $1 one, $2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back in race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horse are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Freud's Vision. owned and trained by Bill Kinch. Siobhan Bell in the saddle. Number 2 is Drop a Caribou, owned by Black Diamond and Kenneth Lee Gardepee, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Carolina Gent, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is My Boy Christian, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Gucci Bling, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Running out the field is number 6, Mia's Majesty, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Post time for race number 2, 3 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys this time going 5 furlongs. The horses have a little more experience. Let's start with the 2. The horses off a layoff like most of them are. Coming from Woodbine, has shown some speed. There's some nice races on there that say this horse can beat this field. The workouts are just kind of steady, not fast, but that's okay. That's how the trainer likes to do that. So that's the top selection. 4 horses, the 5 horses, the horse at a great price at Kirt's top selection. But let's go to the 6 as maybe the other upset that could clear. And so I'll use that, but I think you got to use 2, 5, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, really no surprises on the board. I did go to Gucci Bling, the only horse to have started in the 2023 season. A good win last time out wire to wire. Time before that, ran a good second coming off the pace. So I think this horse is going to be nice and forward and does have the fitness. I also do like the 4, My Boy Christian. Yes, the horse looks like it wants more distance, but what a sharp half mile coming in 48 and 2. And Drop a Caribou definitely looks like it fits at a short price, 8 to 5. Good luck here in race 2. Freud's Vision will be the first one into the starting gate. Drop a Caribou, the current 8-5 favorite, walks up and in. Actually backs away. Now Drop a Caribou goes in. Carolina Gent's turn. Carolina Gent being a bit of a handful for the gate crew. But is now in. My boy Christian walk right in. Just 2 left to load. Gucci Bling. And just waiting on Mia's Majesty to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Mia's Majesty shows early speed in between horses. Gucci's Bling. On the inside, Drop a Caribou. Make it a trio in the early battle. Settled back a length and a half. That's going to be Freud's Vision. My boy Christian now making a move from 5th to 4th. And the early trailer, Carolina Gent. On the lead, it's Drop a Caribou. Battling it out with Mia's Majesty, making giant strides. My boy Christian in 3rd. Gucci Bling is back to 4th. They hit the head of the lane. Drop a Caribou has the lead by a length and a half. Back to 2nd, Mia's Majesty. Then it's my boy Christian, but pouring it on. Drop a Caribou inside the 16th pole is gonna get it done. My boy Christian, 2nd best. 3rd's gonna go to Mia's Majesty, and 4th to Carolina Gent. The Stewart's opposed to number 2, Drop a Caribou as your unofficial winner. 2nd goes to number 4, My Boy Christian. 3rd to number 6, Mia's Majesty. And 4th to number 3, Carolina Gent. They went the opening quarter 22-1, the half 46-2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, that's number 2, Drop a Caribou. Drop a Caribou is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Where's the Ring, out of the mare Stormy Ado by Sileck. Owned by Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-3. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race. The Eugene Burtnick 90th birthday purse. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with the carryover. Just over $23,000. There are no changes. But we'll carry on with all the changes in this evening's pick 5. No changes in race 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, number 1, Go Start. The ownership should read Back on Track Stables. That's race number 5, number 1, Go Start. The ownership, Back on Track Stables. There's no changes in race number 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, number 8, HD's Hope. The ownership should read Robbie Sharp, Joe Yankena, and Will Loftus. Number 10, Diane's Wish. The ownership, A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering starts here in race number 3, the Eugene Burtnick 90th birthday purse. And they'll go to post in 17 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs on the climate-controlled second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out. But the jackpot keeps growing. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with the $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up that are non-4 lifers. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Quick look back at race number 2, well stretched, Drop a Caribou. Battled on the front end and ended up drawing off.
Yeah, a good ride. Was the best in that race for sure, and didn't have to go hard early, and then kind of eased, and then kind of took over, and then the other speed kind of backed out a bit. You're
My
kind
boy
of
Christian.
yeah,
good rally,
but the distance was. That was a good race for him. I also thought the 6 ran a nice race too. Pressed outside, then got tired late. That's where you make your notes and get these horses for next time, depending on the situation. So.
No doubt about it. Okay, on to race number 3. Who do you like, Stretch?
Okay, let's keep going. We'll start with a 12-1 line here. We'll go with a 3 as my top selection. I would take this price all day long. I think this horse can sit just off a potential bit of speed, kind of similar to the rallier in the last race, but I think this horse is going to sit closer. And that 2 back, we both twigged on the 2 back at 6.5 furlongs at Turf Paradise. Showed some speed, battled, and then just got tired late.
And it was a key race.
Correct. That's even better. Like you mentioned, the 2nd and 3rd place horses came back and won. I didn't check to see what condition they won in, but I should have. And then that nice maintenance work over the track. Horse hasn't been here before, and yeah, I think the horse certainly fits.
Yeah, I like this horse a lot too. Another horse I like in here, number 2, Lipstick Lady. She had a good campaign last year. Wasn't able to hit the win column, but 2 seconds and a third. But was running in stakes races early on, and then kind of seemed to just get a little tired and was shelved for the year. Comes in with a really nice work, 48-4, and any of those early races are good enough to be quite the contender in here. Maybe inside speed is doing really well. We've seen outside speed in the first race, but this race, Drop a Caribou, was the inside speed. That would help Lipstick Lady just with the post position.
Yeah, for sure. And anybody that's not at the track, we've had some rain. It's warm enough. We had a nice rainbow, but it wasn't at the finish line. So it's not a successful rainbow if it's not the rainbow at the finish line. Just saying, Kirt.
If you say so.
Yeah. Moving on. Let's go to the 5. Kim's Texas Bling. This one I talked about, ASD Live, is one, it's dropping in class quite a bit. Watch the replay. It was close and then dropped back and then finished with quite a bit of run with nice gallop out. And that's what I like to see. I think this horse is going to sit that much closer. The horse the filly last year was right there. And won the first start. And I didn't mind this horse. Comes right back. I think Jerry's got this horse in the right spot to win.
Yeah, definitely does. It's a huge drop, but it's going to be so much easier. Another horse to look at, number 1, That's a Lot of Bling. Ran a big race, 2nd start off the shelf, February 21st. That was at Turf Paradise, was 2nd, beaten 1 3/4 to She's a Heat Wave. Was a tough campaigner down there. Ran a couple of good races in between. That 4th beaten 5 against Square Footage. That wasn't bad. Throughout the last one, never got out of the gates and was kind of just trailing every step of the way. That's a Lot of Bling, as you said. Ran better races last year in the allowances, first level, and 10-on-3, which the horse did win. I think this horse, with that rail draw, 8-1, might have to chase after this one.
Oh, absolute overlay. I'll mention the 6 horse as maybe a sleeper in there to pick up the pieces late. There is a bit of other speed on the 2, 4, and 7, and so that's why I think this horse can sit there. He's got 2 out of 3 in the money at the distance, and then look at the record this year. We caught this horse a few times last year, 3 of 5 for wins at ASD. Well spotted, and then fits this spot nicely. Should get the trip. Steady works. Coming in.
Yeah, Secret Avenger, another one on the far outside. This one offers speed to the race. Was a winner when it came from Lone Star last year. Wired non-3 lifers. Almost got it done in the non-4. And then kind of teetered off after. Did have 11 starts last year. But did win races. 1-3. Comes back. One of 2 here out of the Tom Gardepy Jr. barn. But this one will be flashing the speed. I'm just not sure if it'll be able to stick around with the other speed that's in here.
Fair. And then the long shot, if you're a long shot player, would be the 4. Didn't win last year, but was close. Had 4 of 10 in second place last year. Raced the non-winners. Probably needed that year to couldn't end soon enough. Lay off. Who knows? This could be the year to be there. You're getting paid if this horse comes in at 20-1.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 3. Of course, pick 5 times. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, so we're going to just play one small ticket here. We're going to take the 1, 3, 5 in this race. Then we're going to take a bunch of them. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. And then
leaving one out.
Yeah.
All right.
I only had a certain budget.
Okay.
And then king the 4, king the 5, and you're going to be sweating it out. I won't, because I have the ever popular all button in the last leg.
All right, myself, I'm taking 1, 2, 3, 5 here, then 5, 6, and 7, 3, 4, and 6. I'm also keying the 5 in race 6, ending it off with 4, 6, 9, and 10. That'll cost you $28.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the Eugene Burtnick 90th birthday purse. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,300. Number 1 is That's a Lot of Bling, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Lipstick Lady, owned by Bernie Green, David Galloway, Jerry Gowdy, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Canterbury Gold, owned by Scott Horace, trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 4, that's Tough Enough to Start, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Savan Balroop. Number 5 is Kim's Texas Bling, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 6, that's Touch of Love, owned by Crystal Ship Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 7, Secret Avenger, owned by Kenneth R. Gardapi, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. The Eugene Burtnick 90th birthday purse here in race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, back with the girls going 5 furlongs. I can't believe the price here on the 3, which is my top selection. 9-1 is as big an overlay as you're going to get. That horse shouldn't be at that price, should be half of that. Horse should get a nice stalking trip just behind Potential Speed Battle with the 2, 4, and 7. So that's the top selection. The other one to consider, which is the favorite, which is understandable, the horse is dropping in class. Closed okay last time. Anything close to that puts this horse right there. And the other horse at a price is 8-1. So I'll give you 3, 5, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3, Canterbury Gold. That race 2 outs ago just looked so solid. Battled, stuck around. The second and third place finisher, they came back to win their very next start. So it looks like a key race. So I got that 3, 10-1 on the board, with Kim's Texas Bling with the huge drop in class. And I also like number 2, Lipstick Lady, the current co-favorite on the board at 2-1. She's going to show speed. Good luck here in race 3. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Karen Huff. That's Karen Huff. Congratulations. You're VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End.
post time.
That's a lot of bling was the first one into the starting gate. Lipstick Lady is in. Next up, Canterbury Gold. From the middle, Tough Enough to Start. The current 2-1 favorite, that's Kim's Texas Bling, goes in. 2 left to load. Touch of Love. Now just waiting on Secret Avenger. To the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. Breaking through the front of the gates. That's number 6, Touch of Love. Slight delay into the running of race number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report in this, a third race. Scratch number 6, Touch of Love. That's a late scratch to report in the third race. Scratch number 6, Touch of Love. If you wagered on number 6, Touch of Love, there will be a complete refund and you will have time to change your tickets. If you had Touch of Love in your pick 3, your early pick 3, the favorite at post time will be substituted. And if you do not change your ticket in the pick 5, the favorite will also be substituted for number 6, Touch of Love. Late scratch here in the third. Scratch the 6, Touch of Love. The horses are reloading. That's a Lot of Bling is in, as is Lipstick Lady. Canterbury Gold. Now Tough Enough to Start is in. 2 left to go. Kim's Texas Bling. And just waiting on Secret Avenger. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, that's Canterbury Gold. Showing some speed in between horses. On the outside, Secret Avenger. Hugging the rail, Lipstick Lady, a half a length off of it. Stalking them in for it, Tough Enough to Start. That's a Lot of Bling. Also up close early, and the early trailer will be Kim's Texas Bling. 3 across the track. Lipstick Lady on the rail. In between horses, Canterbury Gold. 3 wide, Secret Avenger. That's a Lot of Bling. Is looking for some room to maneuver in between on the far outside. Tough Enough to Start and getting motivated. Kim's Texas Bling with the lead. Lipstick Lady up by 2. That's a Lot of Bling. Has clear running room. A 1/16 of a mile to go. That's a Lot of Bling. Is going to draw off to win by 3. Second best, Lipstick Lady. Third's going to go to Kim's Texas Bling, and 4th to Canterbury Gold. Stewart's opposed to number 1, That's a Lot of Bling, as your unofficial race winner. Second goes to number 2, Lipstick Lady. Third to number 5, Kim's Texas Bling, and 4th to number 3, Canterbury Gold. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 46-4. Time for the 5 furlongs 59-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 3, the Eugene Burtnick 90th birthday purse. The winner number 1, That's a Lot of Bling. That's a Lot of Bling is a bay mare, 5 years old, by Too Much Bling. Out of the mare Benny's Bombshell by Benny's the Bull. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 5 furlongs 59-2. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. We will carry on with the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, number 1, Go Start. The owner should read Back on Track Stables. There's no changes in race number 6. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 8, HD's Hope. The ownership should read Robbie Sharp, Joe Yankana, and Will Loftus. Number 10, Diane's Wish. The ownership should read A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 19 minutes. Well, besides the excitement of racing and chasing the ace, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including the Manitoba Night Market and Festival. The first of 3 takes place Sunday, June 11th, featuring food trucks, artisans, vendors, kids' activities, live music, and more. Tickets are just $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back to the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred filly mares that are maidens are going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch, quick look back at race number 3. That's a lot of bling just at the quarter pole, sitting behind the 3-horse duel. The question was when he was going to get through.
Correct, and Chavian was waited and just it opened up and exploded through. You can write a few more horses down for the future. You plan on following ASD over the course of the meet. Take notes, and it will pay off on a few of them. We had Lipstick dueling the whole way. I thought Canterbury Gold ran a nice race, dueled, and got
really
tired late. So take note of that. Moving on, we've got... as noticed on the screen, a guaranteed of $50,000 in the pick 4 pool. I think we'll get over that, and it's a good sequence. I think you beat a few of the favorites, it could pay really big. So,
and here, let me talk first because we have a first-time starter in here taking all sorts of money. Number 1, Milan, Ohio. This horse, the sire Edison, had 4 wins of almost $200,000 and was predominantly a route. But the mom had 9 wins, $176,000. Her debut was at Hastings, going 3.5 furlongs, and she wired them easily. And she ended up winning at also 1 1/16 miles. So you win at 3.5 to start your career, and then you're a route horse after. This could be an interesting one. Does have some siblings, Silent Emissary and Barley Boy. They were conditioned horses, grabbing a few wins. And this is a full sister to Bumble Elgato, was another one that went through its condition, non-3 and non-4 lifer. But those horses didn't have a lot of early speed. But this one's taking a pile of early money.
for sure. You talk about Barley Boy. We'd have to wait for him to close.
So this
would be too short for Barley.
Him about 20 lengths in a lot of those races.
So we'll see. But the horse is a 4-year-old. So briefly touched at this time of year. 4-year-olds have a bit of an advantage over the 3-year-olds this early in the meet. That being said, I am going to start with the 6 as my top selection. Going off at 5-1, it is a wide open race. Betting is all over the place. It's hard to throw out any horses here because nobody's raced yet. So my reason on the 6 is because the horse started special weight his career as a 2-year-old. I like that, so they had a little higher hopes. Then on the last race, where the big energy race where there were 4 of them in here, this horse was second early, chasing the other speed. And depending if this horse potentially could get loose or be on the lead, could keep going. And so that's why I like these kind of horses that show a bit more speed rather than the ones that come at the end. I know why Kirt's taking his selection. You're going to talk about your selection?
Yeah, I went to number 5, Sassy Storming. I really like the speed that this horse showed early on. That race against favorites, battled early, and that was going 6 furlongs, and then tired late down the lane. Then went in the stake going a mile. Throw that race out, even though it was a good fourth, beaten 15, yes, but to Vianney, Woodbine Invader, and Mia Bear, who was a force to be reckoned with. Then came back and ran against older horses in the maiden allowance as a 3-year-old and rounded out the season with a decent race. That last race would be good enough to win this one. I like how that horse showed that it had some staying power. Good workout coming in, 49-3, 2 outs ago on May the 16th. I think this horse might go to the front and be hard to catch.
I don't disagree with you. I think that's the key to this
race.
Especially
on this kind of a race.
Yes, I'm with you for sure. If there is a battle between the 5 and the 6, I think that kind of sets it up for the 7 that beat 3 other ones in this race, came off the pace and closed. We saw a closer, as you mentioned, in the 3rd race. So see where we're at there. This horse at least has past horses, the others not so much. Steady Works coming in. It's certainly right there. For me, it's more of a place bet, but probably I'm not leaving the horse out in the pick 4.
And just another reminder about equipment on these horses early on in the year. Horses that make their first start, you do not have to declare equipment changes. So a horse could show up with blinkers that has never had them before. That's why you got to watch in the paddock here and see if that is the case. Another horse to look at, number 3, Rye Bred, 14-1 on the board. This horse showed a little bit of speed, but that was going to Moosomin Downs when they went over to Saskatchewan. Didn't fare so well when it was here, but does have a good work coming in. 5 furlongs, 102-2. Michael Rowe sending his first one out with Dwight Lewis. Maybe just because of that work, this horse has matured, and you can throw it in.
Well, that's just it. You don't know, and that's where you can talk about the 2-horse. Lost to all of these horses already, but that was as a 2-year-old. Now a 3-year-old. Certainly can improve and get mature a little bit. Might have figured out how to become a racehorse, and so you're getting fair value on the 2.
And the 4, Jackie's Thunder, coming out of the Blair Miller barn. Started off in the debutante, not an easy place to start. Then dropped down into 7,500, was beaten by the 6 and 7 in there, as average works to show. But again, graduating from the 2-year-old to the 3-year-old season could make all the difference, but I'm just not playing it today. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Pick 4 time, now a $50,000 guarantee stretch. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to play a couple tickets. And
look at you.
Yeah, 2 tickets for stretch. And we're going to go, we're taking a bunch in here. 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Left out a couple of them. Keyed the 4. Keyed the 5 and the 6. Hit the all in the last race. I've got a couple horses I like in the last, so we're trying in another ticket. 1, 5, 6, 7 with 2, 4, and 7 in case my single doesn't win. And then 5 and 8 in the 6th race. That's how I like to play tickets. Don't like to play one big ticket. It would have cost too much. I like your ticket at that value. If you had to double it, it would have gone to 120. So those are my 2 tickets.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I like the 1 key variety. So I went 5, 6, 7 with 2, 3, 4, 6. Then I just keyed the 5, rounding it out with 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10. That's a $60 ticket. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Milan, Ohio, owned by Pat Murphy, trained by Mike Taphorn with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Going Gorgeous, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 3, that's Rye Bred, owned by Trent Height, trained by Michael Rowe with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Jackie's Thunder, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Sassy's Stormin, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Antonio Whitehall. The 6th, that's Anna Kozana, owned by Larry Falloon, Anderson Livestock Stable, and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 7, Big Big Energy, owned and trained by Devin Gittins with Praven Badry. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls kick off the pick 4 sequence with maidens, horses that have never won a race. So it's always a little tricky. Many haven't raced this so far this year. Let's start with the 6. This horse ran a nice race for her last race last year. Could be on or near the lead, and I think that's the way that this race is going to be run. So that's one to use. The 7 is a closer. That horse will be sitting at the back and try to make a late run. First time starter is the 1 horse, never raced. Don't know what you got. 7-2, that's fair value. 6-7-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went to number 5, Sassy Stormin. Wow, we got 3 co-favorites here, the 5, 6, and 7. Sassy Stormin provides speed to the race. I think the speed's going to come out of the 5 and 6 here, but Sassy Stormin, I think, will be able to make the front end. And in these kind of races, speed is very valuable, so it's my top selection. I also like the 6, Anna Kozana. This horse has run well last year, will provide speed, and then the 7, Big Energy, will be the one sitting right behind him, trying to swoop them all late. I'm going to give you 5, 7, and 6. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
Milan, Ohio, the first-time starter is in. Going Gorgeous has found her spot. Next up, Rye Bread. Jackie's Thunder is set to go in next. Sassy Storman's turn. Just 2 left to load. Anna Kazana. And just waiting on the 2-1 favorite on the outside, Big Energy. They're at the post, and they're off. Breaking a little tardy, it was Sassy Storman, but still goes out and grabs the early lead. On her outside, Anna Kazana puts on some early pressure. Rye Bread up close early in third. On the outside in fourth, Big Energy with in between horses Jackie's Thunder. Then it's the first for Milan, Ohio, and Going Gorgeous, the early trailer. Grabbing the lead still by a half a length. That's Sassy Storming, trying to fend off all challengers. Anna Kazana in between horses. Big Energy coming with a big run, 3 wide and 4 wide. Going Gorgeous. They hit the head of the lane. Sassy Stormin digs in and opens up by a length and a half. Anna Kazana will have to find more, as does Big Energy on the far outside. But Sassy Stormin stormed to the front and is going to get the win. Anna Kazana in second. Big Energy finishing third and fourth to Going Gorgeous. The Stewards have posted number 5, Sassy Stormin, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 6, Anna Kazana. Third goes to number 7, Big Energy. A photograph has been called. Well, it looks like it's already been shown. Oh, okay, has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Results of the photo. Show number 2, Going Gorgeous, finished in 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 4. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 5, 6, 7, and 2 will become official. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 5, Sassy Stormin. Sassy Stormin is a chestnut filly, 4 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Thunder Girl by Red Giant. Owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Tiffany Husbands, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, there are no changes. Kicking off the late pick 3 here in race number 5. And just a reminder that if you are new to racing, to download the new Dark Horse Bets app. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit to their account. The Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. All you have to do is scan the QR code on the front of your program. welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5 furlongs, kicking off late pick 3. And of course, kicking off super high 5. This is the wedge super high 5, because if it's not one here, then there's a carryover to race number 7. But Stretch, let's take a look back at race number 4. Oh, I got my first winner of the night.
Yes, very nice. Well done. Good selection. I had mentioned off camera that should have had that horse a little higher. I don't mind my 6 pick. That horse ran a nice race.
Ran well.
Very well. And we've learned what the 7 is. Something you might want to take note is watch the replay on the 1 horse. The horse had early money, had trouble early, got shuffled to the back, and then ran evenly. You will get a huge price next time on this horse, because I think she's going to improve greatly. Thanks for everybody jumping in on the pick 4. We got over the 100,000, and we're alive, Kirt. So let's keep it going.
All right, who do you like here in the 5th?
Okay, here's one of my keys that I like in here, and speed has been hanging around. And so let's go to the 4, an Invader from Turf Paradise with Jared Brown and Carino. It's always a good combination. Shows some speed, has run against some pretty good horses over at Turf Paradise, and I think this horse makes him very competitive. And yes, there is some other speed. I just think that if well, we know Del Vecchio will be going, but Carino just knows how to ride, whether he's going to send or stalk and then try to take over. Just that the winter racing makes the difference, why I think that the 4 can put the 3 away and still hang on.
Yeah, I think that is the speed also between 3 and 4. That's why I went to number 6, the Boss Factor. This horse's stalking races are unbelievable. Even though it didn't get the wins, a great second at Turfway and a good second and third at Hawthorne. Its last race, it battled on the front end, only to tire, but I don't think this horse wants to be on the front end, and I don't think it's fast enough to keep up with Del Vecchio and stay happy, at least heading him. But I think it's good enough to sit a length or 2 off it, and I think that's going to be a valuable place to sit. And I really love that workout coming in. 35-1. That is a sizzler over this racetrack.
Yeah, and I do like those type of workouts for a horse that isn't necessarily a speed type. And so now that tells me the horse is probably sharp.
And Gardapi doesn't work them fast.
Correct.
So could the horse gone 33 and change? Probably not.
Probably not.
I'm just saying.
You're just saying. Let's go to the favorite of the race, which I didn't really think would be, but the biggest thing is you just have to watch some of these races by this horse. And House Limit, the one I'm talking, that last race was an impressive race. Always around, won 4 of 8 at ASD last year. Could be a little bit short. I don't think this horse can get the lead with a couple of the speed balls in here, but could get that nice stalking trip, and that might be enough for a horse to get there. 9-5 is a little low for me, off a layoff against a couple of the horses that have run.
Yeah, definitely. We did see a second level allowance girl get the job done at first asking. French Rose just got up. Another horse that I do like, number 3, Del Vecchio. This horse last year, its first start, what a great start that was. Battled every step of the way, opened up on him, and then ended up running 3rd, beating a length and a half. But that was going 6 furlongs. Then came back and got the win, wiring him. That Mr. Dazzle and Tucker time. But the first time it got beat by It's That Time. That was Horse of the Year last year. So Del Vecchio, I think, is going to be there. And 3 and 4 are going to battle. But Del Vecchio, I think, might stick around for a piece. And you're getting 15-1.
Yeah, that Del Vecchio should never go off at that price. My kind of closer that hangs around in the money is Gold Special, and that was in the Derby last year. Yes, didn't do that well, but it was an allowance field. Now a 4-year-old, back running older. We're going to find out where this horse belongs at this level. If it is, and take a look at the nice steady work. It's been working all the way back since April, right through every 6 days or so. And so that's 12-1. I don't know about a win price, but certainly can be in the mix.
The 8 Golden Eyed, Gary Donaldson sends him ready to go. He almost got Kate's Princess winning first time out. She ran huge. And Golden Eyed last year only finished out of the money once in 7 starts. And that had a real rough trip that day. checking all the way through the turn. That was going to rut of ground, so Goldeneye can't throw it out.
For sure. Just we'll comment on Go Start, the longest shot on the board. If you're unsure of that MMD, that's at Marquis Downs Moosomin, as Kirt has mentioned. But if you look back in June, ran a nice second to Gold Special. So might need a start, but 25 to 1, it could be right there somewhere in the mix of a try or super or high five.
Yeah, and the 5 Monstradamus. I'm going to wait for this horse to go a little bit farther. Got really good once they stretched it out. So I'm just going to wait for 7 furlongs or more. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
I've upped my exactor box. $5 exactor box, 2, 4, and 7. Just want to spend $1 exactor box for $6.
And myself, I'm going to do a $1 tractor box, 2, 3, 4, and 6. That's going to cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. Horses are on the track for race number 5. Our VIP Fan of the Night purse. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1 is Go Start, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. The 2 is House Limit, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Del Vecchio, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 4 is Stay Happy, owned by Jared Brown, Shamrock Racing Stable and Regal Group, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. The 5 is Monstradamus, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is the Boss Factor, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is Gold Special, owned by Bill Meikle and Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Rounding out the field is number 8 Golden Eyed, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. The VIP Fan of the Night purse. Here in race number 5, they go to post in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
top horses on the grounds here going 5 furlongs. It's the boys. I like the horse quite a bit in here, and that's the 4, Stay Happy. I think he's got enough speed to be right on the lead. Might get some pressure, but coming from Turf Paradise, should have the kind of the racing edge over the others that have not raced. So that's the top selection. Others to consider is the 2 horse. This horse runs at this higher level, should get a stalking trip behind the duel. And you want a long shot that might be closing late, that's the 7 Gold Special. Use him at 16-1 for maybe place or show. 427, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 6, the Boss Factor. I'm looking at this horse to get a stalking trip behind the 3 and 4, who should go battle it out on the front end. Has some really good stalking races under the belt. And if it shows one of those, I think could be a great one, currently at 5-1. Yes, I do like Stay Happy in here. Never far away, good early speed, winter race. And number 3, Del Vecchio, 12-1. Almost hung it out on him in its first start of 2022. Same kind of race. This horse can get it done going 5 furlongs. So I'm going to give you 6, 4, and 3. Good luck here in race 5. Go start, the first to go in. House Limit finds his spot. Next up, Del Vecchio. Stay Happy, the current 8-5 favorite, walks in. Monstradamus. He's in. The Boss Factor will be next. 2 left to load. Gold Special is in. Now just waiting on Goldeneye to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Del Vecchio and Stay Happy. These two are flashing their early speed and set to do some early battling. On the outside, the Boss Factor in third with Monstradamus in between horses. Hugging the rail, House Limit makes it a trio behind the leaders. Settled behind them, only a length and a half is Golden Eyed, and 3 more back to go, starting Gold Special. The early trailer. Zipping along on the front end, Stay Happy on the outside, Del Vecchio on the inside as they hit the head of the lane. Stay Happy with the lead by a length and a half, Del Vecchio. Now falling back to second, a late rally from Monstradamus and House Limit, but this is all Stay Happy. Gonna win by 3. Second best is Del Vecchio. Third's gonna go to House Limit, and fourth to Monstradamus. The Stewarts have posted number 4, Stay Happy, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 3, Del Vecchio. Third to number 2, House Limit, and fourth, number 5, Monstradamus. They went the opening quarter 22-2. The half 45-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night purse. That's number 4, Stay Happy. Stay Happy is a big gelding, 7 years old by Oxbow, out of the mare Plum Happy by Looking at Lucky. Owned by Jared Brown, Shamrock Stables, and Regal Group. Trained by Jared Brown and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-1. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Kicking off late double wagering here in race number 6. And just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our new weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or here in person at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage. The weekly draw takes place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this $5,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers, they're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Well stretched, your key came home. Stay happy.
Yeah, Carino gave the horse the ride I was hoping for, kind of sat just off, pressed a little, and then made that middle move. But full credit to Del Vecchio, ran so game.
Just
right?
like last year, first time out. Ran absolutely huge, but stay happy, had that winter conditioning.
Yeah, and that was the difference. So fast time, too. So pay attention for Del Vecchio next time. And interesting to see where Stay Happy goes to his next race.
Definitely. Okay, on to race number 6. We got a big favorite on the board, 2 to 5.
Yeah, we both expected this for sure. On paper, looks good on paper. Then you add the Golden Gate angle. Then you add the Wendy Anderson angle. And then you add the really good works coming in. It's like you get 2 to 5. And so it's his race to lose, I think, because there is a bit of other speed. But again, yeah, this horse has been off a few months. But most of the other ones have been off a lot longer. And only one other horse that has been racing is more of a closer. So kind of controlling speed here, running at the right level. 5 furlongs is the distance for this horse, too.
And isn't it interesting that the only other one with really good early speed comes out of the exact same barn? So Wendy's hoping that they don't go bang heads in here and duel themselves into submission. I guess whoever breaks and gets the lead, it's going to be one of those?
Probably. I think the 5, if you just look on the chart, it always gets the lead, whereas Euro is better on the lead, but more of a distance horse. So I just think that you'd have to put a stranglehold on the 5.
Yeah, I don't think it could rattle down there in the 21s that Into Bourbon has been showing. So I agree with you as top selection. Both of us for our second selection went to number 8, Just a Buster. Coming out of the Jerry Gorno barn. This one was at Delta Downs. And then went over to Fauner Park and ran a really game second, closing late. Only lose by a narrow neck to a horse that did come back to win. Definitely the speed will get away on this one, but shouldn't sit too far back.
Agree. We're on the same page there, 23 to 1. If there was a duel or the 5 can't get the distance, I would say this is, for me, the most likely upset in here. It would kind of light up the board just because of the right running style. Real nice second place, and then at least a breezing work coming in. Just kind of a maintenance work for Jerry and the horse.
All right, who else do you like in here?
Okay, I went to the other Turf Paradise horse. Be careful, though. You see in the form, it's kind of the double line. This horse is off a year, over a full year and a bit. Has a nice work, steady works coming in. Looks like this horse did not winter in Turf Paradise in 2023 because it started working in April. And it sits there. My figures put this horse around there. Usually a 2-year layoff, I like to wait. I'm just trying to search for a 3rd or 4th type long shot.
Yeah, another horse I like, number 2, Impressive Sense. Also comes in with a good 5 furlong work, 101-1. Impressive Sense was running at the allowance, non-2 life level, and was always right in the thick of things, but could not get the win. They took the drop at the end of the year into the 5 non-2, and they ended up winning that one. They're wavered here into the non-3, so waiver means you can't claim the horse. And with that nice work, I think Impressive Sense has a big shot at a 2nd, 3rd placing.
Agree with you, and that's such a good point. A smart move by Lease to put this horse in here where it's protected, could get the win, and then go back to the allowance in a couple starts for sure. And the entry mate, the 7, I'll talk about that one. They could just try to chase around and not go as fast, and you're getting some early action on the 7. Morning line 6 to 1, going off at 3 to 1. This horse, again, I would expect kind of a stalking trip and then kind of try to take over late. Has some real nice races. We've got this horse a couple of times. Was in the allowance. Yeah, it's just a matter of if the 5 can't get the distance, I guess.
Yeah, also take a look at number 9, Peb. Here's a horse that really isn't a sprinter. Likes going around 2 turns. You see that the horse really didn't get there early on, but once they stretched out, became a better horse. This is another one. Even though Tiffany Husbands did win a race earlier on, I'm waiting for more distance, plain and simple.
Oh, for sure. If you take a look at the 3, this horse won a few late out of condition, and then won at 5.5 furlongs, and then didn't win at a mile, then won at 7. Just one good work at Lethbridge, and then came here. Has 5 of 7 at the distance, so I guess that's what I like to look at for 5 furlong horses.
Yeah, another horse to throw in, number 4, Shimboro. One of 2 horses sent out by Jay Buffalo. The other is the 1, Speedy Daredevil. But Shimboro ran a really good race. That July 4th line, second beat in the neck, was sitting close to the leaders, took a charge at him late. Jay Buffalo, he can definitely get a horse ready to go at first asking. And the horse did come from Canterbury, then went to Moosomin and Lethbridge, hit the allowances there. But this horse does have a little bit of backclass to it.
Absolutely, for sure. Here we go.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch. If you get this horse home, you got the all button in the last line.
I do. So here's our try wheel. 5 in first, then the closer 8 in second with the all, and then the 5, and then, as Kirt likes to say, wedging in the all, and then the 8 for third. Total bet, $14.
And myself, I'm going after a tracked wheel. I'm taking the 5 on top, 2, 6, and 8 for second. Then I'm adding some horses, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 for third. A $1 one is 12. I'm going for a $2 for 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. We'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Speedy Daredevil, owned by Buffalo Racing Stable, trained by Jay Buffalo with Praven Badry. Number 2 is Impressive Sense, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Bear Me a Moment, owned by Carol Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Shinboro, owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Jay Buffalo with Sven Balrup. Number 5 is Into Bourbon, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. The 6 is North Fork, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. Number 7 is Euro Silver Biz, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 8 is Just a Buster, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Rounding out the field is number 9, Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Demario Bino. Post time for race number 6 in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We've got the boys going 5 furlongs in here. The last race, Speed Horse came from down south. We've got another one of those in here coming from Golden Gate. The workouts are really good. I think this horse can be the controlling speed. The entry mate, the 7, will probably be chasing around to try to make a run late. If those speed horses kind of back up and you like to play the long shots, take a look at the 8. This horse is a closer coming from Fawner and Delta. That's what this horse does, is close and finishes up late. 17-1, worth the value. I'll give you 5, 8, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 5, Into Bourbon. This horse fits this race to a T. Beautiful workouts coming in, blazing early speed. The other speed horse comes from the same barn. I think this is the one that makes it to the front, as the Golden Gate horse just do so well here. With that, I do like your Just the Buster, and number 2, Impressive Sense. If you want bombs away, number 4, Shinboro, throw that one in at 40-1. Good luck here in race 6.
It's post time.
Speedy Daredevil, the first to go in. Impressive Sense walks up and in. Bear me a moment, we'll be next. Shinboro's turn. Next up, the 6-5 favorite, Into Bourbon, walks up and in. North Fork now walks in. Euro Silver Biz steps up. And in. 2 left to load. Just a Buster. And just waiting on Peb to the far outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Euro Silver Biz shows some good early speed. The stablemate Into Bourbon will now take over as the early leader. Just a Buster, 3 wide. Impressive Sense settled back on the rail in 4th. Then it's North Fork back in 5th. A length and a half. Sitting on the outside is gonna be Peb. On the rail, Shinboro, and your 2 early trailers are Bear Me a Moment and Speedy Daredevil. On the lead, Into Bourbon, and Just a Buster to the outside. The rail is opened up for Impressive Sense. Just a Buster now takes over as the leader. Fighting back Into Bourbon, Impressive Sense on the inside. Impressive Sense goes on by and is going to get the lead. Second best, Just a Buster. Third's going to go to North Fork. And 4th, Into Bourbon. The Stewarts have posted number 2, Impressive Sense, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Just a Buster. Third to number 6, North Fork. And 4th to number 5, Into Bourbon. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6, that's number 2, Impressive Sense. Impressive Sense is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by True Sense. Out of the mare, she is impressive by Regal Classic. Owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms. Trained by Lise Pruitt. An unofficial victory by Antonio Whitehall. Number 2, Impressive Sense, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick and Charles Fouliard. Congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Antonio Whitehall. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Super High 5 wagering. Number 8, HD's Hope. The owners should read Robbie Sharp, Joe Yankana, and Will Loftus. Number 10, Diane's Wish. The ownership is A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds. Super High 5 wagering here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $4.75, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 7 for this $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 6. Well, into Bourbon, broke a little slow, made the front end, but got pressure, and it was Antonio Whitehall with a ground-saving effort, and the rail opened up, and he went on by.
On the opening part of the show, you mentioned about his 5 wins, and it's just showing he's riding with confidence. He just waited, and that was the absolute difference. Just a really good ride. We touched on that horse a little bit, talking about how the horse was protected. Elise Pruitt put the horse in the right spot. And then kind of the price horse was the 8 that ran a nice trip on the outside.
Yeah, we both like that horse, and it almost got the job done at good odds.
All right, here we go. Wide open 10-horse field to close it out. Hopefully you're still alive in the pick 4 or pick 5. A bit of a bad beat with the 8 getting beat late, but that's what racing is. We can make it back here, Kirt. Or
no
at least,
doubt.
Or at least help some others make some money. Here we go. Let's start at the 9. Julie, if you could find the 9. There we go. We've got a horse coming from Hastings/Century Mile, mostly at Hastings. And the horse does show some nice speed as the work's coming in. I just think that this horse might be just a little bit better than the local horses that were running at ASD all season long last time. Taking a bit of a chance. Don't know this horse that much, but Carl's had his horses ready, been running well. 6-1 morning line going off at 9-1. 9s are wild. I'll take the 9.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Great odds in here. And I'm with you with Carl, having them ready to go. Workout pattern, definitely solid. And this isn't a real tough field, but it's a really bizarre one, how this could play out. I do also like number 4, Misgiving. Showed speed in every start last year. Went to the restricted Manitoba bred races and banged off a couple wins. And then ran well against Open Company, but ended up getting caught. But the distance, that is the best thing in here, 5 furlongs. This should suit her to an absolute T. If she ends up getting loose, she might be the one getting it done.
Yeah, if she gets loose. My second selection is the 7, Miami Souvenirs. At about what I thought, 8-1. I think this horse is going to get the stalking trip. So if the 2 speed horse Knockheads, it kind of sets it up similar ride, expecting than the winner in the last race. Bet this horse a few times last year, made a nice move. Last race out was last year, lost to Dazzling Gold, but beat the rest of the field by 4. I like that kind of stuff. Very successful at our track, 5-7 in the money. Might just get that nice stalking trip that I need.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, Bombs Away, though, is the 6, White Rose Spirit. Ran at the maiden allowance level for 3 starts here, and then had to go to Century Mile to wire them, going a rut of ground. They ended up going a mile. This horse does bring some really good speed to the race, and those maiden allowance races I thought were pretty good. So if some of the other speed doesn't go, I like Sassy Stormin early on because it was one of those cheaper races where speed, if it got out to the front end, they got brave. This could be one, Bombs Away. And again, 20-1 on the board.
We'll go to the, not necessarily the horse that I like in here, but we'll talk about the favorite because we haven't talked about the favorite at all, or at least right now is, and that's the 10-horse Diane's Wish. It's a 3-year-old going against older. We saw what happened in the maiden race. The 4-year-old beat the 3-year-old. This horse had to drop down and won relatively convincingly last year. Only 3 races lifetime. Probably has more upside than some of them because the others have been in the condition for a while. But is out there, and there is other speed. If this horse can stalk, then there's a chance.
Well, it did stalk against Russian Pearl 2 outs ago in the maiden allowance race. That was actually a good race by Diane's Wish, and that dropped to 75. Made it easy for her. She gets wavered in, non-claimable in here. I expect her to have a good showing. Also look at number 8, HD's Hope. Here's another breed, a Manitoba bred. This horse has been knocking on the door all last year. 2 wins, couple seconds, couple thirds in 8 starts. You get a hot jockey in Antonio Whitehall. Expect him to put it in the right position, and that just might be good enough to get up.
For sure. And then let's talk about the 2 Bit of the last 2 races last year were not very good, even the last 3. But started off at the meet, coming from Turf Paradise, ran some decent races, and then probably it just obviously tailed off. This is where I like to look back at the horse. Needed that layoff, could wake up, does show speed, did have some classier speed if the jockey just kind of sends. Who knows, could steal it. Rail's been okay. Yeah.
Yeah, another horse to look at, Red Sparrow on the inside. Has been on the B circuit in Alberta and at Moosomin Downs. Did win a race easily by 5, a little non-winners of the year event. This horse has won 5 races lifetime, but fits under the non-2 life because some of those wins, they didn't get more than $3,000. So that's why Red Sparrow's in there. This might provide some speed. Maybe throw this one in. Bombs away 18-1.
Yeah, it does finish second a lot. A couple of the other ones, you've got No Surprise that can come off the pace a little bit. Went to Century Mile, throw that race out. That was last race at the start. He's a fringe player. You're getting price. This is the race that we've seen over the years, the last race of the night, non-2, that you get some bombs away early in the meet. Who's maybe ready to run?
Yeah, and one more to look at. Look at number 5, Victoriaville. Got the job done, breaking the maiden. Wasn't a real tough field. Came back in a non-2 and ran much better, only to lose by a length. And then double-digit defeat. I think this horse just wants to go a little bit farther. This is a tougher class than Victoriaville. Early on was going against, but maybe the change of trainer has this horse ready early.
For sure. I'm ready to make a bet.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch.
All
Start it off,
There we
as
go.
usual.
Okay, so I've got 10 win, 20. Interesting. Beth, I need your help. There's no way I'm betting the same as Kirt. Give me $12. Yes, thank you. $12 to win on the 9, so that's more than yours. And let's throw it in with a tri-wheel. You're pretty quick at this. 9 with 7 with all 9, all 7. 28 total.
Oh, that was a good switcheroo. Well, Beth, you know
There we
what?
go. Thank you.
I can't be upstaged by Stretch. Let's put it all to win. 30 to win. I got my own change alert too?
Ah, boo.
Hey, I'm moving up in the world. I'm going 30 to win on the 9 Living Sky. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow night, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. Horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Red Sparrow, owned by Dennis Penner, Norm Suderman, and Peter Haldick, trained by Wendy Anderson with Praven Badri. Number 2 is Fingertip, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 3 is No Surprise, owned by Norm Suderman, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. The 4 is Misgiving, owned by Misunderstood Stable, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Victoriaville, owned by Keno Martin, trained by Stephen Gaskin, with Arthur Badu. Number 6 is White Rose Spirit, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, with Dwight Lewis. The 7 is Miami Souvenirs, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Siobhan Bell. Number 8 is HD's Hope, owned by Robbie Sharp, Joe Yankana, and Will Loftus, trained by Shelley Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 9 is Living Sky, owned by Don Gallant, trained by Carl Anderson, with Sven Balrup. Rounding out the field is number 10, Diane's Wish, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, with Chavi and Chow. Post time for race number 7, 3 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls close it out. 5 furlongs. Fillies and mares that haven't won 2 races lifetime. Let's start with the 7, an Invader coming from Hastings Park and Century Mile. I think this horse has enough speed to press, battle, and take over. Steady Works coming in, getting very fair value at 5-1. You can see it's a wide open race. These are the races that long shots can come in, so let's find another one. That's the 7. Miami Souvenirs. This one will be closing late. If they battle up front, that could be the horse to go with. Let's beat the favorite, 4. So I'll give you 9 and 7.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 9, Living Sky. I like those races also, and I like that Carl Anderson horses have been ready to go at first asking. This horse will be forward in the race, sitting in the top horses, and I think can make a really nice rally. I do like number 4, Misgiving. She has blazing speed. The 5 furlongs should be right up her alley, and why not bombs away? 6 horse, White Rose Spirit, 35-1, has speed and ran against much better early on in the year last year. Good luck here in race 7. Red Sparrow will lead him in for the nightcap. Fingertip goes in. Next up, No Surprise. Misgiving, the 9-5 favorite. She walks in. Now Victoriaville's turn. White Rose Spirit moves in. Miami Souvenirs is in. Next up, HD's Hope. HD's Hope, now locked and loaded. 2 left to go. Living Sky. Now just waiting on Diane's Wish. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Misgiving, she's showing her speed and opens up quickly by a length and a half. Back to second, Fingertip and Living Sky. To the outside, Diane's Wish in fourth. Moving up, Victoriaville as the inside trip in fifth. Another gap of a length and a half back. That's going to be White Rose Spirit with HD's Hope. Then another gap of 2 lengths back. No Surprise. And back to Miami Souvenirs. Straight to the front end. Misgiving. She has opened up 4 on the field, but the strides are shortening on the far outside. Diane's Wish is going to try and eat into that ground. Misgiving at the 16th pole. Diane's Wish now goes on by. Living Sky gets up for second. Third's going to go to Misgiving. Close for 4th and 5th. The Stewart's opposed to number 10, Diane's Wish. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 9, Living Sky. Third to number 4, Misgiving. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 47 and 1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Results of the photo show number 2, Fingertip, finished in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 10, Diane's Wish. Diane's Wish is a dark bay or brown filly, 3 years old, by Nonios, out of the mare Esther's Wish by Stephen Got Even. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Number 10, Diane's Wish, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Larry Falloon and Darren Bouchard. Also, congratulations goes out to trainer Mike Nault and jockey Chavi and Chow, who team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Michael Nault and rider Chavi and Chow. Well, now let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumed tomorrow evening at 7:30. See you then. Now, let's head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.